Woohoo! All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Ninja Shadow of Darkness. I know we've all got to be very excited to come back to this game. God knows I am. How are y'all doing on this lovely Friday evening? How's everything sound? Hope you're doing well as you're coming in here. How I'm doing, This game gives We Have Ninjas at Home. I would like to remind you that episode 1 was literally called We Have Tenchu at Home. I sound a bit spicy. How about now? That better? Is that a little bit better? It's better? Good. Alright, cool. Alright, so we are back at our save state. This is the start of the volcano level. Now, we have 2 levels and 2 boss fights, and then theoretically, we will be done with this game. Prospect I am sure we are all very excited about. Okay. I feel like no, the lava plume is the next thing, right? Yeah, there we go. Alright. Now the part that sucks ass. Alright, let's see if we can actually survive this time. Like, I hate that I had to legit formulate, like, a strategy to try and survive this. Which is just, like, aiming these jumps in the hope that we can avoid, like, whether it's a slap or a slam. So oh my god, yes, first try. So I don't know if we actually like talked about it last week or not, but there are actually 2 different like possible attacks that they can do. So there is a slap, which creates a larger shockwave, and then there is a slam, which actually has a different like on impact effect. But how are y'all doing this evening? Y'all doing well? We be having a weird day out here, man. I'm just gonna let you know. So, traffic out in my neck of the woods today was kind of supremely just fucked up, right? So apparently, I've kind of, you know, like, almost doxed myself on a few occasions, right? But never, like, quite fully doxed myself. So, for those of you who know, like, your Atlanta area, so the area in which I live, specifically, because I don't live, you know, is near a military base. Like, not like right off of the base, but there is a military base a few like miles away, right? So TLDR, a suspicious package was spotted on the motherfucker was found on the highway a few miles down the road from the base. So that shuts down everything. Tenny was coming home from work. It took him like an hour to get home. Bird is traveling this weekend. He was stuck for like a couple hours before he could get out of the city. It's been wild. To my knowledge, nobody was injured. But, you know, our traffic is you know, monstrous on the best of days. So, you know, if you've ever been in the ATL, you can fathom what an absolute clusterfuck that was. Also, Artemis, hello, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you again for your resub earlier in the week. But no, it was some shit. Fortunately, you know, I've kind of been in today, so I didn't have to deal with it directly. But, yeah, no, just... Do you mind? Do you mind? I am trying to remember the routing here. So I will admit, I actually looked very briefly at the guide. Oh, you do deliveries for your new job and traffic? Oh shit! Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm a level with you. Like the DC area is the only thing I've ever encountered that comes close. So the last time I went to PA, I went through DC, and I ended up in like I ended up in the metro area, like right at like 4:45. That truly was a fresh hell. Also, I hope that your job is going well. And if they have a local branch and are hiring, let me know, dog. If anyone would like to help a pupper out, that would be great. Oh yeah, no. Like you cannot go through like DC. And the only reason I say that it's the only thing I've encountered that's close is, like, you can't really... This one's gonna sound weird, but I stand by it. Like, you cannot ascribe, like, normal traffic patterns to, like, New York. Right, like, NYC is not a place that you drive. NYC is, like, a special zone they happen to allow cars in. Like, when the intersection of, like... Oh yeah, no. Downtown. You know, you missed some shit. You missed some shit. But you know, no, it's like when the infrastructure you have is so famously shitty and like unforgiving that people just don't get driver's licenses because what would be the point? Okay, we are missing a gold key. Where might we find a gold key? Up here. Right. Oh shit, I forgot about the goddamn bats! You know, you stayed out of the worst of it, for sure. Okay, was doing any of this worth it? Yes, there was a power-up scroll. Okay. Okay, yeah, we got a 1-up. That's arguably worth it. Alright. Okay, so there actually isn't anything over there. Okay. Oh! Okay, well that explains why you could go over there. Alright, that's worth it. Alright, well we got the gold key. We've solved that issue. But no, I feel that they're legitimately like some places in like Atlanta you do not go at certain times, and it is because if you do, you will never get out. Okay, where is the next save point? Because that is going to be... It is right there. Perfect. Okay. Okay, we made it! Hell yeah! I gotta find something to do. I'm still looking for work. I gotta start doing like... I've been trying to see if like... Oh, damn. Like, you know, like doing Uber Eats or shit's even worth it in my area, because I know that the answer should be yes, but, like, depending on where you're delivering to. What all games we have in the stream rotation now? We have this. On Monday, we do Borderlands. And on Wednesday, we do Silent Hill 3. But if we are lucky, we may be able to finally conquer this Titan tonight. And I actually don't know what we'll replace it with. It really depends on what people want to see, because like we could go back and do more Tokyo Extreme Racer. There is a you know, like a good amount of content left in that that we still need to go back and do. Also, we got stuck here before, and okay, so that's what we missed. And this is not the first time we've seen this level design, which is so interesting. And there's a place you need to go, which if you happen to just like not be in the level correctly, you just never see, which is wild to me. But no, we could do that. We could play something else spooky. We could play some demos. There's options. All right. Oh, come on! Wait. Oh my god, it's every other rock, isn't it? Son of a bitch! We had 4 power stocks. We had like 6 lives. No! 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 Three 1-ups. 3. Of which we secured 1. There's no way those regenerate, right? So that was actually the thing that got us, apparently, is the fact that there's a pressure plate on that island. Okay. It's alright, we've been here before. We knew this would happen. But we got these. We win these. As Attell would say. Punching ninjas into magma. Because remember, we are still underground, so it is magma. So I haven't bothered to see if this is random or not. If anyone more observant than me knows, let me know. Okay, first try. First try again. We take those. We take those. Yeah, until I find work, we've kind of gone back to streaming 3 times a week. I mean, if it got to a point where it was, like, too much, we might go back to 2. But, it's not been too bad, actually. I've quite enjoyed it. Okay, and the reason we would go up here is for the ultimate sword. I really don't care about the ultimate sword, so we're not going to go up there. Part of me wants to be like the first person to ever speedrun this, just because there's so much hateable about this game. Like, I know that it would go uncontested, right? Like, there's no way anyone would want to, like, play this game to beat it. Like, there's no way there's anything... Because I know that we were talking about it online, there's, like, records people have set for sections. But there's not, like, a record for the whole game. Which I was looking at Silent Hill speedruns. Just because we're, you know, playing through one every year. No, no, no! And it's like, if I could, you know, get a good time... In theory, I could beat like 1 or 2 in a single. I could beat like 1 and 2 in a single stream, maybe even 1, 2, and 3 if I learned the route. but that would probably take months of practice to, like, get that fast with it. These little magma demons are a pain in the ass, dog. It is legit kind of astounding to me just, it's hard to convey like what playing this game feels like. Because again, I'd like to remind you we are playing it on stick, but I feel like even playing it on pad would not alleviate a lot of the core issues with the game feel, you know? Which, I mean, look, it's a 3D beat-em-up on the PS1. Which is also wild when I think about it, because I was looking into it. And I think that, if I forgot, but I think Core Designs also made Fighting Force? Which, if you ever played Fighting Force on the PS1, like the original, not the second one. The second one is, the second one sure is a game that was made. But the first Fighting Force was, delicious. So good. Shout out to my boy Smasher. Big Hulk smash ass unga bunga. Alright. We can just stand there and get immolated, that's fine. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna get duffed in these sections that I've never been duffed in before. But, you know, I do have very specific feelings also about, like, PS1 era beat-em-ups, in the sense that, or beat-em-ups in general, right? Where it's like, beat-em-ups, to me, like, the fun of a beat-em-up is directly correlated to how many people you are playing said beat-em-up with, right? Like, you know, like, the, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle arcade games, right? Or like fucking Turtles in Time and shit, right? Integral parts of my childhood. But, like, there is no denying that those games are more fun when you are playing with more people. And that's also, like, IMO, that's like one of those opinions that's like firmly in the not really an opinion, you're just kind of right scope of opinions, you know? Like, you are welcome to disagree with me, but I can't imagine how or why. Or we can just die there, that's fine. Well, this is actually good, this is faster. So the really annoying thing, too, is, when I was taking a peeky see at that, like, the guide that I found, that shit we discovered last week is in fact intentional. About, like, you know, that bridge collapsing right after you unlock it. So we literally have to kill all these guys, right? Before we get too close. So that way when we spawn the bridge, we can actually cross it before it collapses. And if it does collapse, the only way to restore it is to go backwards, because there will be a random gold key that just spawns on the other end of those blocks. That is intentional. That is how it was designed. So, I mean, also when it comes to, like, when I say, like, good beat 'em up, I also want to say that, like, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Because, you know, I was in college when, just gonna hard date myself here real quick. I was in college when, like, you know, like, Scott Pilgrim the game came out. And that shit was great. That shit was peak. You know, I loved the shit out of that. Subspace Emissary, I could see that. I could see that. I'm just gonna throw... I love how we don't even have shuriken. We just have 3 daggers. Alright. Now we want to go to One Up Island. Like, legitimately, once you learn how the platforming works, the platforming is actually the main antagonist of this game. Is the wild thing, right? Like, once you learn how to get past, like, the little environmental tricks, half of the bosses are jokes, too. Like... Okay, we got the one-ups. Okay! Just gonna pause. I didn't have a chance to actually finish dinner before stream, so I've been taking bites between sections. I apologize. It's delicious, by the way. No! I see we're going to return to this, then. So here's the thing, because that's where we were fucking up before, is that the pressure plate is on that island. Like, we have to press that. I actually don't know if we have to complete the boulder section or not. We're about to find out. Okay, so we have to complete the boulder section after we get the key. Got it. Ironically, though, I think this is actually easier to do backwards. I thought there was one less jump. It's okay. Okay, so now that we know where to go... Let's go get that gold key. Yep. So how much of this can we skip without dying? A good chunk of it, actually. Awesome! Okay. Okay, so... if we do this correctly... Oh my god, yes! Not again! Oh, that was fucked up. So I do find it funny that if you just time it right, you can get a 6-piece, and it really ain't a problem. Oh! Oh, good! Oh no, that's bad. That's real. Oh, the frames! The frames! Oh, wow. 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 Well, I love that you can just dagger them to death. That's cool. That is legitimately great that we can do that. That you need to know what how to do the lightning jutsu. Okay, did we not hit the pressure plate? Somehow? You know what? I deserve that. I deserve that. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Okay, there it is. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Ah! Wait, what? Legally, I cannot encourage you to use a lightning style jutsu. But if you figure it out, it would be super cool if you let me know how you did it. Okay, we get nothing. We just kill them all. That's what we get. Oh hell no! Hell no! This game has really just been an endless ring of hell no, hasn't it? Okay. What the hell is this? Oh, this feels suspect as all shit. Oh! If there was something over there and we have to go back down, I'm gonna be very upset. Should we just go check? Like, should we? What do you think, chat? Also, Artemis, if you missed our discussion of this, because it's come up pretty much every week since we started this, we are legitimately having to use cheats to get through this game. And I don't even feel bad. It's like playing Contra with the Konami code. Like, it's just how it was meant to be played. And if someone tells you otherwise, they're not your friend. Ooh, we got a sword. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch! Because you just know my... Oh! No! No! Because you just know my ass is mad. Okay, so if they're not on the same level, I just die. Okay, cool. That's fine. So we have to go through here anyway. Because there's a pressure plate right there. I'm just gonna get roasted. I do not give a shit. I do not give a shit. Okay. Oh! At least it kept the button press. I just know this boss is going to be an asshole too. Come on, man. Oh! Alright. Again? Again. Well, yeah, it is some put more quarters in ass game design, and that's what's weird about it, is like, this did not get an arcade release. This is strictly, like, PS1. Like, this would have been a mean quarter muncher. But it's also, like, a 17-level game. Like, this is a big-ass game. These levels are huge. Like, again, we've been in one level. Like, imagine Gauntlet, but it's all of the Gauntlet games stitched together. Niku! Niku Hatsune! that's fine. Dog, how long is this level? I have been sitting here trying to spam smoke bombs, and they have not come out. Okay. No. No! No! What? What? Shit. So this is actually... What? No. No! What? It just keeps going! It just keeps going. I don't know how this is possible. But, chat, I just discovered something. I just discovered something. So I pulled up the guide. Just to see how close we are, right? I'm sorry, forgive me. Hang on. Fix my resolution. So apparently, according to the guide, you know how this level has been unusually long? That's because apparently it's not supposed to be one level. I don't know how to explain it, but apparently the section with the boulders, right? Like the boulder traps and all that, is supposed to be the end of the level. So somehow we are missing a trigger to lead us to a save area. And it has stitched 2 levels into 1 level. Now the good news is, though, the light bridge area that we were in is in fact very close to the end of the 2nd level. So there's like a section beyond that, and if we can get past it, we will be at the bosses. So, on the one hand, yeah, this is going to be easily the most ball-busting, just nut-rending, you know, impossible challenge ever, right? But the good news is, if we clear it, we're at the end of the game. We just gotta fight 2 bosses and we're done. I don't know why this is doing what it's doing. I don't know how it's possible for it to be doing what it's doing. I'm literally reading a GameFAQs guide. What we are witnessing should be impossible. I don't know how it's possible. But it's happening. And all we can do is accept that it's happening and deal with it as it happens. So if the game has decided that it will cheat, that's fair. We've been cheating too. But that does explain why this level is so freakishly long. Like, it doesn't explain how the error's occurring, but it does explain why the level is freakishly long. Alright. Would have rather not died there, but okay. I do wonder, though, why we're only seeing it as one level and not two. Oh my god. Well, we didn't need that life, right? That is so funny to me that that works. Well, no, if that's what they want, they have certainly achieved it, because, God! I am not ashamed to admit that far and away this is one of the most miserable experiences I have ever had. Playing a video game. I just happened to see that, by the way. That's the reason we didn't pick that up before. I legitimately did not know that was there. It was just, that's a happy little accident. Just a happy little tree. Okay. So chat, we are having a minor problem, by the way. In case you're wondering why you keep hearing clickety-clacking and, like, nothing's happening. And that is that I have been mashing, and I do mean mashing, the key for my smoke bomb, and it's just not been coming out. Now, to be fair, I have been using this stick for, you know, a decade, basically. So, you know, it is probably a little worn out. I do need to take a look at the wiring, though, probably. Because, like, I literally had to punch that to get that to come out. I literally had to punch my stick to get that to come out. That's fine. I don't care. It got us down here faster. I don't care. See, because the bigger issue comes from the fact that if our smoke bomb isn't working, that's, you know, arguably our best AoE option. In a game where we have no options. Alright, got a little singed. Not the worst thing. But no, if what I'm reading is true, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, certain things make a lot of sense. I mean, how it's possible makes no sense. It shouldn't be possible. I have no idea how the fuck that's happening. But in terms of, like, why is this level so godforsakingly long? It literally being 2 levels stitched together would make an uncomfortable amount of sense. Well, the good news is we're at One Up Island. And then we just die anyway. Okay. I guess trying to avoid, like, any damage from the flamethrowers is just kind of pointless, and we should just run for it, I guess. Yeah, we should just run for it. Okay, yeah, running for it seems to work. Okay. Edge Chronicle? I can't say I'm familiar with Edge Chronicle. Oh, fuck off! I thought there was a little lip on the other side too. There's not. There's not. Okay. All right. That's fine. All right. Cool. 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 Yes. Okay. All right. So. Here's what I don't understand, right? According to the guide, this is the section where the second level begins. Like, we should have been able to save after we crossed that bridge. Yo, word, we got a 1-up? Okay, alright, cool. We take we take those. So again, I have no clue. I don't know if it's an issue with our hardware or like the version of the game we're using. Okay, alright, that's just... Oh wow, it just tracks us all over the map. Cool, okay, alright, cool. Just tracks us all over the map. Yeah, if anyone can find out why the level did not end at the end of the level, that would be cool. Because that is knowledge I would very much like to have. Yes! I mean, I have to say, we are making good progress all told, right? It would just be really funny to me if, like, somebody just to be a dick, right? Because look, there's no point in like keeping up the act, right? Like we're using save states and cheats to get through this to a degree. Like we're clearly running this on an emulator. It would just be really funny to me if somebody uploaded like a modded emulator to make the final level longer just to piss people off. Like, I can't help but find that hilarious. Like, if that's what's happening here, good shit to whoever did that. That's wild. I wish you nothing but success in your endeavors in this life. Because holy shit. That is next level. Alright, this one was safe if I remember correctly. Alright, we're back here. Please no stupid deaths. Please no stupid deaths. I mean, the first time we came up here, we got, you know, bamboozled by the trap. Which we know which one is trapped now. So we're not going to die, you know, on that trap. I don't know what the hell that did. But it looks cool. Alright. That's fine. No! No! Oh, that was lucky. No! Wait, what? Excuse the hell out of me. Well, now that we know what the hell's going on, we have to, right? Like, we can't not finish this tonight. We have to. We have to. And it's so funny to me because, like, Kiku's been like, no, you really don't, you don't have to. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. My pride. My pride. My pride. Maybe that's invincibility? My pride! Oh, my pride! Hatsune Niku! Where's my platform? Can I get my platform, please? Please? Thank you. Okay. Alright. Once more with feeling. Oh no. No! Anything? No? Okay, okay. Just Myron, I guess. Okay. Oh, I missed a health pickup. That's fine. Okay. Okay. No! No. 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 Okay. Okay. me see here. Okay, no, it just looks like maybe... Chat, we have to get good. We have no choice, chat. We have to get good. I must transcend my mortal limitations. Truly, I must become a ninja. We're not even at the hard part as the fucked thing. Like, we still have to fight the bosses. Have any of these setbacks been controls related? I mean, some of them, yeah. I'm trying to do PS1 platforming on a fight stick. It's not like it's easy. But we do not do these things because they are easy. We do them because they are hard. Also, how you doing, Tony? It's good to see you. We simply have to play until we achieve the flow state. Feeling kind of lonely? Felt! Oh, Eaton inputs. The only real Eaton input we've dealt with, and it has happened a few times. Most recently, it happened in the Silent Hill playthroughs. So keep in mind, so the stick that I'm using is a Kanba Dragon. It is a fat child. It is a big old boy. And I love it. I literally won this stick in a money match. It's my first fight stick I've ever had, and I love it to death. And part of the problem with that, though, is that I've been using this stick continuously since I got it. So it has definitely had some wear and tear. It would probably benefit from being professionally repaired. And like I've changed out like some connections and things on it. But I am not well versed enough in these things to do like professional grade repairs. You know, some of the buttons and things may need to be looked at. Which is fine, of course. You know, these things happen. It's part of, you know, your shit aging. Is that, you know, it's the same thing with like buying retro consoles, right? Is that, you know, pads and shit wear out over time. It's just the nature of how hardware works. But Yeah, no, it's not. If anything's getting eaten, it's not the emulator. It is definitely the hardware that we're using, which also concerns me. In no small part because, like, you know, one of the things on our short list, if you didn't know, that we haven't talked about it, so I imagine many of you don't know. So both Tekken and Street Fighter recently got DLC. Tekken 8 got Armor King, who I would really love to check out. Unfortunately, I do not have the Season Pass or DLC for it, so that's going to be on the back burner. We are literally 3 characters behind in Tekken 8 right now. But, you know, Poggy was kind enough to give us the character pass for Street Fighter Season 3. And Crimson Viper just came out. Like, literally came out this week. In fact, spoiler alert, I apologize, spoilers for anybody who watches TNS. Punk literally won this week's TNS with Viper on the day she launched. So, the character's pretty good. You know, if you like redheads and MILFs, it's a good day for you. And I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of worried for a bit, because in the trailer, Lauren did not come up at all. Who is Viper's daughter? And I was like, please God, do not let this woman's daughter be part of her cover story. This will affect my enjoyment of this character in ways I do not know how to explain to you in a healthy fashion. Well, we died getting it, but we got it. Alright, so noted. That was not worth it. That was not worth it. But no, Viper is really good. We know that out the gate. We figured from like the footage Viper would be good. So that's not really a shock to anybody. I don't think anybody thought she was going to be quite as good as she is. But that's also because she's very execution heavy. So here's the problem, though, Tony. We are going to need every single life we can get. And that is because, for some reason, either our version of the game is a non-standard version of the game, or the guide I've been reading is trolling me. Because apparently, the level we're on, which is ostensibly the last level in the game, is supposed to be split in half, and for us it is not. So the rule we've been doing, in case you've forgotten, is that we will use our, you know, 1-up code between levels to, since we can't reliably get a bunch of 1-ups, you know, that's how we've been kind of farming lives, is doing it that way. So consequently, this puts us in the uncomfortable position that if the levels are strung together, by our own self-imposed rules, We can't get any more lives. We cannot get any more lives. And it is a two-boss rush, I believe, after this. So we want lives. Oh, hey, that didn't kill us. Surprising. Get up here and get our scrolls. So yeah, according to the guide that I was reading, at this stage, we should actually be halfway through the second to last level, and not a quarter of the way through the last level, which is functionally where we are. And you know they wouldn't lie to you because it's one of them good old GameFAQs, like, guides with the fucking ASCII art, so you know you can trust it. So it's actually okay if we die here, because of the lives that spawn here. In fact, I might just go ahead and fall in, because that chest has three 1-ups in it, and the maximum number of lives we can have at a time is 9. So I say as we completely miss one. You know what? I deserve that. I deserve that. That's fair. That's fair. We deserve that. I'm not even mad. We deserve that. That's fair. We deserve that. We were talking all that good shit a second ago, and then we got kicked in our chest. You eat a dick. Wait. Did we... The platform. We forgot to go to the area we were supposed to go to. But it's okay, because we made it. We win these. Now we have to do it again. Okay. So yeah, according to the game, there's supposed to be a save spot right here. But there's not. The good news is these guys have an ironic weakness to projectiles, which means if we can get them one-on-one, they're really easy to kill. The only problem with that is that they like to spawn in pairs. But, see, it's fine, though. It's fine, though. Because, again, you know, we're cheating. Why shouldn't the game be allowed to cheat? Like, honestly, all I want to know is, like, is it a matter that this one guide is incorrect, or am I, like, missing something? And Googling it didn't do me much good, because, of course, you know, Google is by default, you know, just impregnated with AI slop. And it's impossible to know what's true. There they are. Because, like, the Google result, which, I mean, by Google result, I mean the Google AI result says, oh, you know, 14 and 15 are actually one continuous level. But literally, like, the guide says that you can save. Hi, gal! How are you doing, sweetheart? It's good to see you. Oh yeah, no, this is the final level, which, as we've learned, is actually the second to last and last level stitched together. Apparently, there's supposed to be a spot where we can save, but for some reason, in our version of the game, we can't. So we are just straight raw dogging this misery. But you know, I do agree, Nightbot. I should hydrate. I'm gonna do that right now. Actually, you're such a good friend, Nightbot. Big sippy. Thank you, gal darling. Yeah, well, see, the ninjas are actually in league with hell. They're hell ninjas. And we died. See, again, we're supposed to be able to save here, but for some reason we can't. I don't know if the shopkeep is supposed to show up here or what. Because, like, there's clearly an area over there, but I think that we had to work our way around. Which is actually, now that I think about it, a very interesting thing about the way this game is made. And it looks like the whole level, which I know, right, must sound very strange. Being like, oh, the whole level is loaded in. I'm like, this is a PS1 game. No, we're just a ninja. We're just a good aligned ninja. Yeah, welcome to how this game works. So here's the problem. Since all the levels are stitched together in this way... Since the levels, as we've mentioned, have been somehow stitched together... basically, each run takes, like, half an hour. Come on, PS1 platforming. You are... We have literally never died to that before. Like, the wild part is, there are still harder sections of this level. Not even of the game. Of this level. We are not even in the hard part of the level yet. It doesn't seem to kill them, honestly. See, the thing about this game is it's not even the enemies that are the hard part. It's the level that's the hard part. The stage is the main antagonist. Oh, right. That's a bad potion. We don't want that potion. It's a bad potion. So the only thing that really makes the enemies difficult is that if you'll notice in the bottom right of the screen, there's a bar there. It's our power bar. So the thing is, every time we pick up a scroll, our power goes up. And that means all of our strikes do more damage, our projectiles do more damage, our ninpo does more damage. We in general will do more damage by virtue of having more power. And correct, and it is currently empty. Because every time we die, it loses a stock. And those little lava demons, like these guys go down in like 3 or 4 hits. They're not a huge deal. And we can technically block their attacks. Blocking just feels weird. Because as you would expect, you're locked into a single direction, you know, of block while you're blocking. So if you're facing a single enemy, it's fine, but you're never really facing a single enemy in this game. So we don't want to go in there, because that's a trap. I am going to test a theory. It is! It's invincibility! Oh, that's so much better! Oh... So the weird thing is, despite us being a ninja, and like I was saying earlier, the whole of this level being loaded in, essentially, it is possible for these platforms to be far enough off axis that we die trying to jump to them. So even if our... Not long. We don't need it to last long either. We just need it to last long enough to get through that trap. See? Do you see that? How we could have just fallen ever so slightly forward and landed on that platform? Actually, it was too far down and we fell to our death. We fell 2 feet to our death. So the problem with this section is not about whether or not you can make the jump. It's about whether or not the platform is high enough for it to register as an okay jump. Because if it's not, it'll just kill you. Yeah, exactly. Schrodinger's platforms. Thank you. And while we could theoretically get enough distance to jump to, like, the next platform, it'll also kill us. This game is very specific in the way that it wants you to handle its puzzles, which is strange, because, again, it is a beat-em-up PS1 platformer. This is not the genre that needs platforming specificity. It was not built for it. And in all honesty, if the game was split the way that the guide implies it's supposed to be split, this would not be that bad. I say like I haven't been getting my ass handed to me, But it's because, again, the rules of the way we've had the run set up, where we will not use one-up cheats until we're between levels. The problem is we are not between levels because the level is continuous. So we can't violate our rule. But I also find it hilarious that even the guy that wrote the guide is like, look, I'm gonna keep it a buck, I use cheats. Like, he's like, yeah, I use cheats. And if you go back, and Kiku pointed this out too in one of the earlier streams, part of what, like, really held this game's scores underwater when it came out is because it was so ball-bustingly difficult. Like, the game itself is fine. Like, there is nothing wrong with this game. Other than it being, you know, a wonky PS1 game, right? That's it. That's all that's wrong with it, is it's a wonky PS1 game. Many such cases. And again, it's wild, because if you could find one-ups with regularity in the earlier levels, that would, like, fix a lot of the difficulty substantially. But you can't really. Like, they just don't exist. Like, you cannot find them. And then you start dealing with, like, the weird platforming specificity and stuff like that, and it just becomes... Yeah, no, like, it... That's something that I guess people have also been kind of stressing, is that this is not like, you know, Battletoads hard, where it's like... It feels hard in a different way than, like, Dark Souls is hard, right? Where it's like, if you learn how, like, a Souls-like works... Like, it may not be easy, but you know how to interact with it, right? Like, the genre has quirks, it has things to it. If you learn how its logic operates, you'll be fine. And, like, this really feels more like a, you know, like, you can do everything right and still lose kind of game. Which is not great. Well, I also can't be a judge of the controls, because keep in mind, I'm not playing on a standard controller. Like, I can't blame the controls, because I am not using the controls it was designed for. This game was designed to be played on a DualShock controller, or similar controller. I am playing it on an arcade stick. So some of the difficulty here is self-imposed. In fact, probably a large amount of the difficulty here is self-imposed. Love that. So the good news is, and the guide pointed this out as well, is that the laser bridges are active long enough that, like, as long as you have good positioning, you should not really have an issue. And I concur with that assessment, even though we have died here several times. We made it. Okay. So this is as far as we got last time. We've got... Unless we find more, you know, like, one-ups, we've got 2 lives to figure this out. Yeah, Battletoads was a game of, like, just nut-shattering difficulty, but, like, you knew that going in, right? I guess the best way to describe this is that this game does not feel like it's supposed to be as hard as it is. Like, does that make sense? Because again, it's Quarter Muncher difficult, but it didn't get an arcade port. So it's like, there's no reason for it to be a Quarter Muncher. Because I guess the only other thing that, like, immediately comes to mind for me as to, like, what would be similar would be something like Mega Man, right? Like, the OG Mega Man games are, you know, like, notoriously difficult. Which, you know, on the subject of Mega Man, you know, I'm not book smart, I'm money smart, makes me more intelligent. I can only apologize so much. Okay, we found a silver key, which we did not get to before. Oh shit, remember when we went up here earlier and we saw a gate? Oh my god, we didn't unlock the fucking gate. That's why we couldn't get through it, son of a bitch. This is the kind of design this game has. Because there have legitimately been sections where, like, if you just didn't happen to see... Like, things are just slightly out of your view. And not in, like, a fun, like, you know, like... collect-a-thon platformer kind of way. Like a very much like... Again, this is just more difficult than it probably should be kind of way. Alright, so we made it here. Now, I cannot recall which ways are the correct ways to go. So this leads us up. And then we died. So we got the Psy. Yes, once more with feeling. Okay. I'll be right back, chat. If you could give me just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Hope y'all enjoyed your little break. I know I did. I do have a high score. 'Tis true. That's another thing I find really odd, too. Is, again, like, the way this game is designed, right? Like, the design mentality that went into it, the structuring that went into it, like, this game really should have been a quarter muncher. Because, like, it really feels like one of those games where, you know, like, you know, kids on the playground would get it and be like, oh, I got a little bit further or something. If not a quarter muncher. But I feel like the quarter munching DNA in this is so powerful. I almost feel like this piece of software was, like, denied its purpose. Which is part of the reason I'm really enjoying, like, playing it in the configuration that we are. Because not only is it, like, difficult, it feels right. Like, it feels like I should have been able to, like, go to my local bowling alley and, like, play this. You know, in, like, a Legends kind of way. Well, like a Gauntlet Legends kind of way, I'm sorry. But we took a couple hits. Right. No, and that philosophy was popular for a good chunk of the era, but it kind of started to die down, you know, with the advent of save games. And I guess what confuses me about this game in particular is that while you have a shop between levels, you know, like every couple levels you have the ability to buy items, a 1-up is not a consistent item you can get. And so that's really what kills a lot of the enjoyment of the game for me, is, again, you know, unless I'm just looking to ruin my day, the most practical way to play it is with cheats. And the cheats themselves are not even practical. Because, again, there is no 1-up cheat. There is a, like, full items, invincibility, you are now a skeleton, uber cheat. And so part of the reason we've been doing save states, only at the start of each level, mind, is that we have to, in order to keep the game quote-unquote fair, which is why we have the, you know, requirements that we do, is that we have to put in the code a second time to undo part of the code's effects, and then, you know, use up our resources and kill ourselves to adjust back to the level we would have been. And it's like, why not just have an extra life code? Even the level select for this game is weird, because there's not really a level select code in the traditional sense. There is a level select cheat, but it is not impossible, but let's say prohibitively difficult to do so on anything other than original hardware. Because you have to put in the code during the game booting your save. So, like, you have to do it while it's reading your memory card. So doing that on emulation is, again, not impossible. We've tried it a couple times. It's not super, like, reliable. I've not been able to get it to go off at all. Which is not to say that someone more talented than I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm sure somebody can. I'm sure somebody has. But I am more than willing to admit that I am not the wonderkind this game needs. One thing that we have discovered, Gal, I don't know who all in the chat has been around for this conversation, but one interesting thing that we have discovered is that, like, there is no speed run for this game because, like, of the just absurd difficulty of it. You can find speed runs for individual levels, but not for the game. And I think it's just because nobody wants to, like, endure the slog that would be trying to speedrun this game. And realistically, I think if you played every level flawlessly, you could beat it in a sitting. Like, you could. You really could. How did we come across this game? So, fun fact, there's actually two answers to that question. The first answer is that I actually did play this game as a child. I actually rented this from my local Blockbuster. I have played it before. But what brings us back to it now, the reason that we are streaming it and have been playing it, is so 2XKO, which is the Riot fighting game, recently entered I don't know, open beta, early release, whatever you want to call it. The first like widely available build is out. Well, when it was a closed beta test, my friend Rion gave me a passkey. Part of the problem is that for some reason, the game, like, I downloaded the Riot client, you know, whatever, did all that, you know, everything I was supposed to do to get the game to run, and it wouldn't run. We could not figure out why, and it's like, you know, these were a finite number of codes. Technically, I did get into the, you know, it was an invite-only test, and I got an invite. But I wasn't able to stream it because we could not get it to work. In fact, if you go back a couple weeks ago, you'll see there's a stream. I actually need to go back and change the category in the VOD, joking about Chipotle money, and that's because Chipotle has become a big sponsor of like FGC events, and they've really been getting in on like promoting 2XKO as well, because they really are trying to become like, you know, like I know how like Mountain Dew and Doritos and shit have always been like stereotypical like gamer feed, right? Like that's like stereotypical gamer food, but like Chipotle is kind of trying to become like the sophisticated, competitive, like esports athlete diet of choice, kind of. No. The reason we're playing this is that Rion and I were talking, and he just like, hey, do you remember this game? And I'm like, I do, actually. And so kind of the conversation eventually evolved into, since I cannot take advantage of the, you know, generous gift you gave me, I will stream this merciless piece of Kusoge. And he also wanted to play it, so I was teaching him about DuckStation, which if anyone out there for any reason needs original hardware to play PS1 games on, and you don't have a PlayStation lying around, I highly recommend DuckStation. But no, that's the reason. Now, he did also, funny enough, like, complete happenstance, but, he also had mentioned, like, in that same conversation, weirdly enough, I have a complicated history with, emulation. And I say this mostly because I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations is run out by now, and who would do anything anyway. But I was, and there were many such kids in the 90s, when I was growing up, kind of my first foray into, like, just lifestyle gaming and stuff like that, my first console was an NES. Okay? My first game I remember playing was Mario 3. But my dad, when I was growing up, he got a PS1 for me that had a mod chip. Now, for those of you who are truly good boys and girls and those in between, and may not know, essentially it's exactly what you're thinking. A mod chip was a hardware bypass that you would use to modify your PS1 in the way that modern mods work for, like, handhelds and things, right? So, basically, when I was growing up, and that's part of the reason that I have, like, such a fondness for this generation of games, again, gonna hard date myself, this is the era of Blockbuster, right? So, you know, my dad, when I was growing up, my allowance was $5 a week. And, you know, this is 90s money, so you could actually get things for, like, you could actually get something with $5, right? And every Friday, after my mom got off work, she would take us to get, and I mentioned my dad because, you know, my dad would also occasionally take us. After my mom got off work, we would go to Blockbuster, and they would rent movies, and I would rent a game. And, you know, this itself not strange, I understand that. But the thing is, with a mod chip, what we would do is I would rent a PS1 game, my dad would then burn a copy of that PS1 game, because remember, the PS1 runs on CD-ROMs, a notoriously secure, impossible to replicate format, yeah? So we would rent games, my dad would use my PC, which it was my PC, it was the computer was in my bedroom, many such cases back in the 90s, and he would burn a copy of it. And so, for years, every Friday, you know, we would go to Blockbuster. I would rent a random PS1 game I'd never played before. My dad would burn a copy of it. And, you know, I would just have it forever. And so, you know, this is old hat for me in that way. It's different system, but, you know, old habit for me. And I still have a lot of those old discs. In fact, I still have pretty much all of those old discs. Hell, my PS2, I have a first generation PS2 that was also modded. And, poor thing is a little scratched up these days, but it still works just fine. And, you know, so I've always been attracted to this generation of gaming for that reason. And the reason I get into this long-ass story is that the other game Rion had recommended to me or asked me about was Pitfall 3D Beyond the Jungle, which, funny enough, was the first game I played for the PS1. It was part of the collection the guy had when he was trying to sell my dad the modded console. And he's like, okay, you know, pick a random game, and we'll try it. And the game I happened to put in was Pitfall 3D Beyond the Jungle. And so, like, just the irony of him picking that up was so funny to me. Because I have so many memories of that game. But no, I remember I rented this game at one point. I do remember that. That's why it doesn't say first playthrough on it. But it was so goddamn long ago, I cannot remember anything of substance of it. I can tell you this is definitely the furthest I've ever gotten playing it. I can tell you that for free. I think I made it to level 2. I think I made it to level 2 is the furthest I ever made it in this game, like originally. Which, to be fair, this game is kind of blatantly not for children. You know? Like, this is the kind of game you get for a child you hate. This is a game you get for a child that's done something to you. Windows 95. Okay. My grandma had an NES, and I did play the original Pitfall on that. Never beat, well, not the original Pitfall, but you know, the NES port of Pitfall, because there were the Atari ports as well. But like, by virtue of that, I had a lot of games, you know, in my collection that a lot of my friends didn't have, because, you know, if I saw something cool, I could just pick it up. And I think that's something, like, you would think I would have been all over it in, like, college, right? But I actually did not emulate stuff in college. Even though, like, you know, SNES 9X will run on, like, you know, a potato if it's warm enough. You know, my laptop could have definitely handled it. God damn it. Is it just kind of recaptures that feeling for me of, like, you know, yeah, I do want to try it. Like, I think about all the games that, like, were on the shelves, you know, like when I would go to those stores growing up that I just never checked out. And, like, now that I'm an adult and have a better understanding of how, you know, a lot of these things... God! Damn it. Work. It would be fun to go back and revisit them. I love how we've been playing out of our mind until this exact moment. But it is also conflicting. I don't know. Like there's a weird dichotomy in the discussion around piracy and emulation, right? Number one of which is that, like, Nintendo games never decrease in value, right? And then also, like, just the things you can do with mods. We get a bot? Damn, you are quick, because I did not even see that message. Kiku very fast on the draw. That's why she's so good at Borderlands. She is the fastest there is. Because it's like, you know, what I really wish Nintendo or like other companies that are just obsessed with people like not emulating, right, would do is be like, okay, you know, like, we know you can acquire the source, whatever. Because, like, that's, like, come up multiple times where, like, companies have just straight up lost the source code to their own games. And emulation has saved their asses. Like, I literally think that after a certain amount of time, if you don't release it for free, you could just be like, look, yeah, I believe it did. Is like, you know, look, I'll tell you what, you can buy like a source copy of this for like $5. As long as you don't make any money off of it, you can mod it however you like. Because it's like, you know, if you remember a couple years ago, Tenny and I did a Soul Link in Platinum that was randomized. And it's like, that would not have been possible without emulation. Randomizers, I think, are one of the coolest things that are only possible because of emulation. And I understand companies wanting to, you know, protect their IPs and their profits and everything else, but it's like, you know, I'm gonna just go out on a limb, and maybe this is ignorant of me. Maybe it is. And if it is, feel free to tell me so, right? Feel free to tell me so if it is. If this is ignorant and I'm wrong for this, let me know. I probably feel like the market for like used copies of this game is not like $1 million a year industry. And maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I am wrong. And if I'm wrong, then, you know, there can be some subsequent discussion. But like, think about how much cool shit we have purely because of innovation to emulators. Moreover, like, look, if it's $1 a year industry, I would be shocked. But the point I'm trying to make is, like, I wish companies would be more reasonable about it. Like, no one is going to see a, like, Fire Emblem emulator and assume that whoever released the emulator is the person that developed the game. And I understand that saying that is somewhat wishful thinking. I know that, you know, saying nobody is that stupid is kind of, you know, demanding to be shot in the foot. Because, you know, every day I'm reminded that there are some people that if they found me on my dumbest day would be feeling themselves, you know? There really do just be some catastrophically, shockingly dumb people out there. But I think you could reasonably assume, I guess is a better way of putting it, like in a way that you would not assume any liability, right? Because if you came to me and said, oh, you know, they're making a porn parody of our game and we don't want that to happen, that's fine. I got you. You know what? That's fine. You can do that. Gotta step away for a few, BRB. Fair, valid. I don't know. I just wish, in general, companies would be, like, more self-aware. Because it's like... people bought, like, the pack, like, the Castlevania Advance packages. They did. Do you know why people bought them? Because they wanted to support the brand. And do you know why people bought those versions? Because they were more accessible, and they had the same kind of functions that wait for it, emulator provides. Save states, replays, things like that. Like, you know, part of the reason that PC gaming is so attractive, you know, even more so than, you know, just it being comparatively easier to prevent your computer from, you know, hitting console levels of planned obsolescence, is mods. Mods are cool, okay? Mods, ROM hacks, shit like that. That's what brings life to your franchises when they start getting older. And it irks me that people are so threatened by the possibility of losing on, like, a single dollar of, you know, like, of profit, that they just preclude that possibility. You know what I mean? It bothers me tremendously. Because, like, you know, we were talking about it, you know, during the Silent Hill stream, that, like, the Bloober Team Silent Hill 2, hell, reimagining, really, you know, remake doesn't quite cut it, you know, reimagining, because they did change some things and expand some things, as Kiku and Harold were talking about, you know, was a pleasant surprise. It was done competently. You know, Silent Hill F, a new take on the series. People are really happy with it. Like, really happy with it. You know, a franchise that hasn't had a legitimate dub in over a decade, and people are hyped about it. Because people never stopped being hype about it. They just stopped making things that people wanted to be hype about. And the sooner companies understand that, the better off they're going to be. Yeah? Maybe that's ignorant of me, I don't know. What's over here? I don't want the sigh. Okay, so this is the last area we need to come to. Okay, so we're in the wrong place. That's fine. Alright. Hang on a second. No. Sorry, I mentioned this before. I've been working with Rocky and Rowan on Rowan getting back into streaming, and it seems like every time they have a conversation this week, it's been while I'm streaming. So like, I'll look over at Discord, and it's like, hey, you have a billion messages. And I'm just like, why? Why? Wait. What is this? Okay. Okay, we did it. We opened the gate. Ham! Ham. Oh, chat. This is looking good, chat. You got yourself playing SF6 again, except you can't stop playing Random Select Ranked? Fair! Funny enough, my Random Select Ranked is higher than like some of my characters in Ranked. No! Wait, you can get stuck there? Oh my god. That's heinous. Oh, come on. We've been playing out of our mind until this exact moment. How are you looking with Random Select Ranked? Did you already finish your placement matches? Welcome back. Okay, it took us back to where we were? You lost your 8-win streak in silver to a Mai. Oh yeah, Mai can be difficult to deal with, for sure. Mai can be a nightmare to deal with. Is this it? This is it. We did it! Look at this walk cycle. Oh hey, it's the samurai. So here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna make a save state right here. just so we have it. But okay. Woo! Ow! Really? On the way back? That's the part that's crazy to me. Okay. See how it does no damage? Well, he's not from hell. He has contracted the devil. God! Yes! Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! This could be it. This could be it. Alright, did we go to the shop or no? Oh, no, there he is! It's Satan! You are one ugly motherfucker. Ah! Ow! Ow! What the hell is that? Ah! Okay, so that did not stop him. chat. I'll let you decide. What should we do? How close are you? That's the last fight. That's the end of the game. That is the final boss. What I meant more is, do we go back to the beginning of the level, or do we go to the boss fight? Boss fight? I did. Alright, second to last boss fight or last boss fight? Okay. So I'm definitely gonna... Alright. What I was going to say before I got so rudely interrupted is I'm definitely doing this fight differently. I don't know how to tell you this, Twitch. This is not my best moment. I don't know how to tell you this. This is not my best moment. Honestly, it is the turning slash that, like, blows my mind. Or I could just fall off, that's fine. Of course. I hate that this is a viable strategy. Ow! Not to be this guy, but is there any way to accelerate this phase? Because this is painfully slow. Sir, can you please land? Sir. Yeah, the answer is a definitive no. It looks like he won't stop slapping me until he knocks me down. You know, kind of bites. This would be a lot easier if we just had power meter. You can, but the problem is that the boss has an aura. So even if I block the swipes, the aura will still hurt me. He's not getting tired. Okay. So we're gonna do things slightly differently from how we did them last time. So as you can see, I am aiming right at him, and my punches do not do any damage. I'm just hitting iframes. See, I can't block his sword strikes. See, and we've used the bombs on the last boss as well. He doesn't take damage when flying. We can damage him when he's flying if we hit him with kunai. We can't damage him a lot, but we can damage him. We can't damage him when he's flying out there, I don't think. Because, like, see, we can damage him here. See, the bigger problem we have, and why I was considering going back and doing the levels again, is that our power meter is so low, we functionally do no damage when we hit him with anything. If we had actual, like, power behind our strikes, we could do more damage. But we don't. It does, but again, what we've been doing specifically is only using it to get levels. How many attempts? I have no idea. All I know is that I am playing this game until we're done. I am not coming back to this. We are too close. I cannot give up now. See, I was trying to save those resources, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be better for us actually to just spend them. Okay. We are in a better situation this time. So we're going to make a different state. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, the cheat does do the power level too. That's why we keep killing ourselves. I dare say he is engaging in fisticuffs. I know not why he is not taken off to the air, but I do not care. We've got this. You knew the correct plan was simply beating his ass. There had better not be a goddamn phase 2. Wish we would have had that earlier. Ah! So good. The Ninja Team. Oh, the Ninja Team. Man, look at all this cool story we didn't get in the game at all. So one thing, and Kiku had to look up the story, but one major complaint I have, the game's whole story is only communicated via like a 3-minute opening cutscene. That's it. But no, yeah, also it was presumably in the game's booklet. I do miss that. My God. Okay, he left. I would like to remind you again, this game was made in 1998. '98. So here's the real question. Can we see that, like, prohibitively early cutscene? I legitimately think we only see it on boot. So give me a moment. And, I am going to boot the game back up. so we can watch this bomb ass baller ass cutscene. Yeah, don't those sounds make you feel good? Yeah, make me feel good. Also, remember when this used to be a mark of quality, like the finest quality, fucking Eidos Interactive, just core designs. This is really wild to think of that this is a Core Designs game. Okay, we got dead people. We got a dude on a lounge. He's also dead.
Since the days of our ancestors, the two great families battled, each trying to wrest control of the land from the other. But the result was always a bloody stalemate. So filled with remorse, the two warlords forged a treaty that finally brought peace to the land. For a while. No one knows from where the new darkness has come, but too quickly its dark shadow has fallen across the world. Even the great warlords stand powerless against this dark force. And its evil now rules where once great armies held sway. To have honor, they say, you must walk in the light. But in these times of great darkness, the choice for some is not so simple. For these souls, destiny has chosen a darker route, a route without hope. When the clouds of darkness threaten to engulf the land, these brave warriors will sacrifice all to rid the world of its demonic forces. For they are the warriors of the shadows. They are ninja.
They are ninja, chat. They are ninja. Well, I am simultaneously very happy and a little nonplussed. And I'll tell you why. We did clear the game, but I can't help but wonder. Because we did make it through. We made it through. Technically, we did. We used save states. We didn't use any additional cheats. We did make it. But I cannot help but wonder if we could make it in one continuous cut. And I am just insane enough to try. Hey, full disclosure, this is extra innings. So if you feel like you want to bow out now, I do not blame you. From the beginning? Oh, fuck no. No. Not on stream. Maybe in my own time? Because keep in mind, the game does have save points. But I do mean from the beginning of this point, because we have only used and made points where we could save and then done the 1-up cheat. So we ethically cheated, I would say. Is ethically as one can cheat, anyway. But no, I have no intention anytime soon of going back and like playing it through the from the beginning. Like, I think beating it without cheats would be a great challenge one day. But like, for me to do it on stream, there would have to be like demand. Like, I'm a level with you. I am very unemployed at the moment. If somebody wants to start a hype train to make me do that, tell you what, honestly, legit, for $100, I would try to marathon it, like, in a day. I am legit in the, like, $20 is $20 level of broke. So I would consider it. You're not that demanding? And it's not like I'm saying from one individual either. If you were to commission me to play a game, I'd pick a different one. You'd consider doubling it just so I wouldn't. So I also think there's a difference between, like, I think that what like Timo and Ridley, for instance, did is more like what I'm okay with, like stretch goals and things. As far as like people just straight up commissioning like me to play a game, I wouldn't feel right about that anyway. Like, that's just it feels really skeezy, because it's like, what do you know about this that I don't? Because at least this, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I will play rage games if people want me to play rage games. And in fact, historical precedent has shown I can make non-rage games into rage games. With enough time and energy. So, like, it ain't unprecedented. I'm not about that life. But I feel like, again, there's a difference between, like, taking a suggestion and doing a stretch goal, and, like, being like, hey, I'll give you $20 to play this game, like, no strings attached. That doesn't feel like the way that I would want to run my streams. Even if I'm not, you know, like, making money off of this tremendously right now. I don't ever want to get to a point where, like, other than, like, you know, the only pressure I want to, like, affect what I play is general interest in, like, you know, the motion of the ocean. Like, you know, we are now in, and I know that people hate this term. It doesn't bother me. I know that if Guardian hears me say it, he will, in fact, show up behind me Bloody Mary style and, like, rip my head from my shoulders. But, you know, We do, in fact, live in the age of friend slop. You know, every month or so there will be a game that everyone is playing together for a couple weeks. And if you want to be relevant in the streaming space, you and all your friends that do it have got to play that game. You know, like, I get that. That's just the name of the game. You know, YouTube is the same way. You know, every time a game comes out or a thing... Look, man, I gotta feel dead air! We do. We have a crazy list. We have an insane list. Kiku curates just an immaculate list of things. Friend trends aren't the same as slop. That's fair. I really wanted that one up, but I think we may have just done more harm than good trying to get it. I mean, look, I say this as somebody with the spreadsheet autism. Kiku makes good spreadsheets. Alright? Like, if I wanted to make a spreadsheet, it would look like a Kiku spreadsheet. Okay, like, I could not ask for someone better to, like, support this channel operationally than Kiku. Nobody. Like, I just got unusually lucky in the sense that, like, my friends happened to be, like, you know, perfectly positioned to provide, you know, the services that we require. You know. And we died. It's fine. Now, Kiku's the best. And like, do not misunderstand me, do not mishear me. You may have misheard or misunderstood me. If you did, I'm sorry. You may have assumed that I meant Kiku's pretty good. No, Kiku's the best. The best. We're just gonna leave them behind. We're just gonna leave them behind. Oh, that could have been really bad if we had fucked that up. If we had fucked that up, that would have been catastrophic. We don't actually need that other... I was not paying attention. We don't actually need that other... words. We don't actually need that other chest because it was a power scroll, but now we can go back and get it because it'll replace the power scroll we lost. To be fair, though, we really don't need it. We will be finding more. We are actually coming into this with fewer lives than we have in the past. Normally, we've been able to come out with 9 after going to that island. We're going to, even if we play this correctly, we're going to only end up with 8. That's fine. If we can play the rest of the level cleanly. That's really going to dictate how this goes, is just how we play the rest of the level. Because what would make me really happy and really increase my confidence in the playthrough would be if we could get to the penultimate fight with 4 power stocks. 4 or 3. Because coming into it with 1 helps a little bit. But now that we know, punching the devil is kind of the strat to go with. Punching harder, very much of my interest. And of course, if we can get there with a weapon, even better. Okay. Step on the plate. Go back this way. Alright. And we died. Okay. Okay, we just weren't patient enough last time, which is fine. We can get out of here a lot faster than we got in there. So if we play the boulder section cleanly, just like that, we'll be in good shape. So again, based on the guide, this is where the save point's supposed to be. So we're already on the second half of the level. And we're definitely not playing as crazy as we were before. Which is concerning to me, given why we're doing this, but the whole purpose of this is to try. This is extra innings. I'm not expecting anybody to hang out all night if they... This really is just like an ego thing at this point. Because honestly, beating the final boss is just a matter of having, like, enough... just enough lives. Because if we, as we saw, if we just punch him in the face... that kind of eliminates most of our major issues. I would also like to point out how quickly we're going through this right now. Like, just because of all the stuff we've learned. You're 3 hours behind me. That is true, you are. Like, I know that we're cheating and this is a game that, you know, is kind of notorious for being unfair, but I don't know. There's something about, like, beating it as close to fair as we can that really appeals to me. In a strange way. Again, it's like using the Konami code for Contra. Like, it feels like it's meant to be played that way. Okay. Fucked up that jump angle. Are you... That was crazy. That's insane. I am reloading the state. And again, you may be wondering, why would I be interested in such a thing? Well, again, what I mean by a continuous stretch is that the way these levels are set up, after we got killed by whatever the demon's name is, we should have by all rights gone back to the beginning of the stage. And so, yeah, we beat it using states. Which, to be fair, we've been using states to play through it, so we don't cheat too much. But I don't really feel like I don't know. I don't know a good way to put it. Like, I don't feel like I've earned it completely. Does that make sense? Like, I'm sure as hell not gonna lose sleep over it. Oh, baby boy, we do not have time to go back to dying on this one. I just want to say real quick, too, how much respect I have for, like, speedrunners, right? Just the ability to... The mental stamina, if nothing else, to just, you know, play a game that may take multiple hours and stay optimal is so impressive. Alright, so this will get us back to 8. Like, it's weird because I'm trying to think about this like my brain is doing what I imagine a speedrunner does, right? Like, in my head, I'm trying to be like, okay, well, we're at this section where we do this, and then we do this section, and we gotta do this to get past this section. And it's... I don't know, it's activating that part of my brain that normally is, like, reserved for like, Metroidvanias and shit with, like, tough platforming sections. Which I cannot deny that I dig. That's a part of my brain that I enjoy. That is a particular brain wrinkle I enjoy having scratched. But maybe not by this game. Because it would go a lot better if we had more power coming into the end. Okay. We are so far from the island. Really, the only benefit to dying, because I know that we were talking about this earlier, the only real benefit to dying is that it does refill stocks of your Ninpo and your smoke bombs. Which I do have to say, out of all the ninja games that I should be playing, this definitely isn't it as well for another reason. If you didn't hear, if you're not, again, as terminally online as I am, maybe the news would have escaped you. Tomonobu Itagaki passed away earlier this week, and honestly, that breaks my heart. Because admittedly, like, the guy's legacy is a little interesting. So if you don't know, if you've never heard the name before, Tomonobu Itagaki was a he was an employee at Tecmo, who was kind of part of this wave of creators who, and you know what I'm talking about, like your Kojimas, your Igarashis, like your guys who like famously like developed and led golden eras of certain franchises, or even created those franchises and then just kind of got abandoned or left behind by their companies. So he was the guy who created Dead or Alive, and a lot of people don't know this. Well, if you play fighting games, you know this. But you know, a lot of people are probably more familiar with the Final Fantasy story. Final Fantasy is called Final Fantasy for a very specific reason, and that is that when Square, you know, was developing Final Fantasy, kind of the understanding was that this is going to be the make it or break it game for the company. Like, either this got them out of the shit they were in, or they were not going to be a company anymore. And Dead or Alive is named Dead or Alive for the exact same reason. Is that Tecmo was not doing super well, and they're like, we need a killer app. Can you help us? And Itagaki was like, yeah, no, I got you. And the result of that was Dead or Alive, which was immensely successful. And then DOA 2, DOA 3, DOA 4 to a lesser extent. DOA 5 was kind of really contentious, and then people just, a lot of us don't like to think about DOA 6. You know, Dead or Alive was the same deal, is that it was, you know, we want to keep the doors open. And he used Dead or Alive as the springboard for the Ninja Gaiden reboot. The Xbox entry and then the subsequently related games were also created by Itagaki. So, you know, Tomonobu Itagaki was kind of the... like, his mantra in game development was essentially, like, the personification of the rule of cool. Like, if it can be done, and it will be awesome, we're gonna do it. If you've ever played Dead or Alive, you know the drill. There's, you know, there's sexy women, there's ninjas, there's sexy women and ninjas. That's pretty much the formula. That's the sauce, right? In fact, Dead or Alive was the first 3D game to use quote-unquote realistic breath physics, which was also, you know, intentional. Because one, Itagaki was in fact that guy, and two, was like, you know, we need a way to make this stand out. And he was very self-aware. You know. Well, MK came first. Keep in mind that Mortal Kombat's been around as long as we have. MK1 came out in 1990? 91? 90? Or was it 92? No, MK2 was 92, I think. I have to go back and look. But Dead or Alive was like 90, 95, 96. And the presentation helped it stand out from contemporaries like Virtua Fighter. Moreover, the original MK was 92, thank you. So I'm slightly older than Mortal Kombat. Oh, that feels weird to say. I think that's going to be like the defining like age indicator for people. Not Mortal Kombat, you know, like, but my favorite one to hear that makes me feel positively ancient is older than Google. Because, like, even though I am, in fact, older than Google, I cannot fathom, like, the state of being older than Google. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds made up. We did not get one of those one-ups. That's not good. Like, it is a state that I am aware is applicable to me, but also feels made up incredibly. But no, DOA was meant to be the killer app that kept the lights on at Tecmo. And it was, you know, very much so. But what I was going to say is that, you know, later games were looking kind of for additional gimmicks, and one of the gimmicks they got in, you know, later entries in DOA was that they were bringing back characters from Virtua Fighter, which Virtua Fighter, you know, incredibly beloved franchise that had really kind of been past its heyday by the time that, like, say, DOA 4, DOA 5 came out. Because, like, VF5 was very popular, it was very well received. You know, VF5 Revo, before the announcement of VF6, came out, and a shit ton of people bought it because it's, you know, V5 Revo. V5 is a phenomenal game. But in Dead or Alive 5, one thing that they did, because they thought it would be an interesting way to pad the roster and kind of, you know, pay homage to, you know, their contemporaries, was that they had a bunch, and I do mean a bunch, of VF characters. You know, they had Akira Yuki, they had, you know, both Jackie and Sarah Bryant. They had Li Fang. No, it wasn't Li Fang. Li Fang is the one actually from Dead or Alive. Pi. They had Pi. And so, you know, I don't think it's incredibly controversial to say that VF6 would not have happened if, you know, DOA did not keep their legacy alive. And I appreciate the mentality, and I've always kind of had mixed feelings about DOA's legacy kind of being, oh yeah, that Gooner game. Because of course everybody knows, like, DOA Extreme Beach Volleyball, right? Which was in fact a Gooner game. Let's not even pretend it was a Gooner game. If you were attracted to women when that game came out, and you had no sense of shame, and you could, you bought DOA Extreme Beach Volleyball. But kind of the overarching mentality was like, you know, it has to be a good game first. Regardless of how we market it, regardless of the image we take, regardless of the package we put it in, it has to be a solid experience. You know, modern Tekken is well known for stage transitions. Hell, Guilty Gear Strive and the upcoming Tokon, you know, big part of that, stage transitions. First game to, you know, extensively use stage transitions DOA 2. Because, you know, they basically decided, yeah, ring outs are just boring. What if you could, you know, like, really do some damage? And that spectacle, you know, you see very much in, you know, the only way preserved, you know, is in Tekken. Tekken took a lot from, like, DOA 2 and DOA 3. And it's funny because if you go back, I forget who posted it, but apparently Katsuhiro Harada, who is the, you know, like, director of Tekken, had kind of a rivalry with Itagaki because of the similar spaces they worked in. And, like, one time he gave an interview, and they're like, what are your, like, I forget what year it was when they did the interview, but, you know, it was very telling. They're like, you know, Mr. Itagaki, what are your, like, 5 least favorite games? And he said Tekken 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, god damn it. And that's just really funny to me. But, you know, the guy knew what he wanted. The guy knew what he wanted to make, and he made it. About the Ninja Gaiden reboot, you know, which was famously balls hard. If you've never seen the Ninja Gaiden interview, the Ninja Gaiden interview is also hilarious. Because he's like, yeah, this game is super hard. You know, we had testers come in, the testers lost their minds, and the testers kept saying, you know, director, the game's too hard. And when they all started universally telling me the game was too hard, I made the game harder. He had a real sense of humor. You know, the guy lived a rough life. He did. He lived a very rough life. You can see, like, even in pictures of him from 20 years ago, he was kind of aging like a rock star. Which was appropriate for him, because that was, you know, the lifestyle he led. That's very much who he was. And I don't know what he died of. I know he was, God, he was 58. So, you know, not necessarily young, but, you know, 58 is young to, you know, die of, you know, causes that are not immediately apparent. And what breaks my heart is they posted online, they had posted a message. Apparently he had left a note. I don't know if his health was bad or he was concerned. But basically he had left a, you know, like a parting message and said, you know, if you're reading this, I am gone. And if you're reading this version, it means that I was unable to, like, make another project for you guys. And I just want to tell you that I'm sorry. And it's also kind of, and this is maybe taking a cheap shot, but, you know, when everything went down at Tecmo, he started his own, you know, studio, and the last, like, kind of him-led game that was made was Devil's Third, which was interesting, but it was a little too campy, and it had some, like, gameplay issues. It was not really the killer app generational titles that, like, the Ninja Gaiden reboot and DOA were. And it breaks my heart because, you know, well, for many reasons, obviously. You know, my heart goes out to his family, and, you know, I know Harada was taking it really poorly. Hell, he was at Harada's wedding. So, like, I'm sure he knew, like, Yoshinori Ono and, like, the rest of those people. But, you know, it's hard when, you know, you have a contemporary who, you know, you admire, and then they're just no longer there. It's hard. And my heart goes out to these people because, you know, that motivation is no longer there. That's a very hard gap to fill. And then moreover, what I was going to get to before that is, again, he's not been working on DOA, had not been working on DOA for a long time. And, you know, I think DOA 4 was the last one he was actively involved with. I don't think he actually worked on DOA 5 at all, which historians that may be hearing this later, please correct me if I'm wrong. You know, DOA 6 was a disaster. Like, putting it nicely, DOA 6 was a disaster of a sequel. The story was very the new characters were nothing to write home about. In fact, a lot of them were heavily disliked. You know, DOA 5 was very notorious for, like, making a lot of money off of costumes and stages. DOA 6, if I'm not mistaken, if you got all the DLC for DOA 6, it was like $1,000 game. And that's literally what its legacy is right now, is it went from being, like, you know, haha funny titty game to, you know, the most monetized fighting game in existence. And it's not fair to him, it's not fair to the franchise, that's where it, you know, has essentially left off. I really hope that, kind of like they've done with VF, maybe somebody will come in and reinvigorate it and make it the franchise it's supposed to be. And I really hope that. And part of the reason I say that, like, part of the reason it's important to me at all, is oh no, we beat it. We beat it. We just kind of beat it with some extra steps. So, because the game is, you know, as you're well aware, absolutely nut-bustingly difficult, we have been cheating. Now, we did set some rules for the way we would cheat. Specifically, the rules were as follow. Anytime we hit a section where we could save, we would get extra lives. But we would make sure that our power meter, our ninpo, like all of our consumables, were not artificially inflated. They would always start where they would have been organically. We just would have more lives. Because it's extremely inconsistent to find 1-ups until, like, the very end of the game, and buying them is a pain in the ass too. So, by virtue of that, those were our rules. Now, because we were using states, we did beat the game, but we had made a state right before the penultimate boss, and we died to the final boss. But the thing is, because there's nowhere to save in that whole section, if we were playing it on original hardware, playing it normally, we would have had to go back to the beginning of this level. So, purely for my own pride, I went back to the beginning of this level to see if we could beat it playing straight through. Regardless, this will be the last time we play this game. I have fulfilled my contract to you, Rion. I have done it. I have completed my sacred task. I have beaten the Funny Ninja game. Now do Tomba 2. Why do you hate me? Okay, but like Tomba is fun though. Tomba do be fun though. I cannot deny that. Tomba is a fun game. But dog, I have so many games on my list. Quit being a coward. Did you ever get this shit running, by the way, Rion? Did you ever get this shit running? Was too busy. Uh-huh. I see. I see how it is. I see how it is. Bro, I stopped playing Tokyo Extreme Racer so I could beat this. I promised you I would do it, plus been playing ZZZ. I need to go back and see if I can actually get the 2XKO client to work now. Since we've, like, moved versions. Because I do still want to, like, try it. Yeah, I know Armor King just came out. God. I want Armor King so bad. I can't stand it. But, like, I am very unemployed at the moment. I don't have DLC money. Literally the only reason I'm able to play, like, the SF DLC is because Poggy bought the pass for me, like, a while back. So I've not played Anna or Falk either. I did watch the most recent TNS though, and I love that he did not disappoint. He did not disappoint. AK is a problem. AK is a problem. Frame 1. That character commits crimes. Just for the love of the game. Oh, did you see, excuse me, the SF tournament? Did you see TNSSF? If you didn't, spoiler alert, Punk won! Playing Viper! Punk won with his day 1 Viper. With the day 1 Viper. You know, I mean, let me be clear. The shocking part of that sentence is not Punk won, right? Like, the shocking part of that sentence is not Punk won. The shocking part of that sentence is Punk won with day 1. Fucking frame 0 Viper. Though to be fair, I mean, she is the kind of character he loves. I mean, execution heavy, gets away with murder if you can play her correctly. No, I mean, like, she's She's his vibe, for sure. I want some meat. Give me that meat! But no, in so many respects, I'm not that surprised either. You know, I mean... we all knew she'd be strong. Like, I don't think anybody is shocked by Viper being strong. Okay, we're looking okay. We did it. Just gonna put that there. We have a sword this time! I wonder how different this fight will be with the sword. But we also know how the fights work now, so that helps. Oh, damn! That is a lot of damage. We did it. Alright. Now we're on to Satan! Right, kids, ready? This is for all the marbles. So, Rion, we were getting our absolute shit kicked in earlier, by the way. Because it turns out if you try to, like, zone this boss, he becomes, like, an untargetable mess. And if you just engage in, like, fisticuffs with him, he will just engage with, in fisticuffs with you. There we go. We did it. We did it. We did it properly. Okay. So keep in mind, the last time we fought him, we didn't have any power stocks, and we didn't realize you could just beat the shit out of him. Yeah, no, he's very anticlimactic, actually. So if you haven't had a chance to play this game again, and you don't remember much about it, yeah. This game is entirely balanced around you having, like, 2 power stocks. If you have more than that, you're an unbeatable, like, engine of destruction. And if you have less than that, you're just free eats. But okay, shit, we did it. We did it for real. I cannot say we did it exclusively through the power of save states. Did we use cheats to get extra lives? Yes. Did we use an invincibility cheat? No. We disabled the invincibility. Did we use extra items or superpowered items? No. No, we didn't. We just needed some extra 1-ups. Other than that, we did it. We've successfully put this bitch in the ground. And I never have to play it again, knowing damn well I may have to come back and play this against. I feel like I want to strike while the iron is hot and become, like, the first speedrunner of this game, by virtue of being the only person to ever record a speedrun of this game. Because, Rion, we were talking about it. If you go on, like, YouTube, you can find speedruns for individual levels of this game. No one has speedrun the game, apparently. Like, everyone was like, oh, fuck that, no. No, no, no. No, absolutely not. No way. Also, that face... Definitely gonna be using that face for something in the future. Yeah, that face is getting repurposed for sure. That laugh, delicious. Look, if anybody knows anything about me, proper exposure to Kuso. I gotta adapt it somehow. But we did it. We did it. And Rion was here to see it. I'm so happy. We did it. Not only did we beat... No, fuck that. No ads. Not only did we beat this shit, we beat it on stick. We beat it on stick. That, I'm sure, has to be a world first. But no, thanks to Rion so much, Rion the cat, for the suggestion. We did it. I've avenged my inability to play 2XKO. But maybe we will. And we can put this thing in the ground where it belongs. But if you like what you saw tonight and you haven't done so already, please consider subscribing or just following the channel. Any way you choose to support us is greatly appreciated. If you want to see what I'm up to when I'm not here, you can follow me on Blue Sky or join our Discord. You can also support me directly on Ko-fi if you so like. I am very, very poor and very, very unemployed right now. And I know it's hard out there for a lot of people. But if you like what you see, you like me, and you want to help, it is definitely one of those times of need. Shoutouts to friends. Galentine, thank you so much for coming in, Gal. Lovely to have you. Rion, of course, for being here and getting to witness this. Kiku, for all that you do. Lovely that you are. Tony was here. Isaac was here for a bit, I do believe. Artemis, Autism Wolf 666 was here as well. I'm going to have to catch up with her and play some SF, because now that Viper's out, I got to go back and play SF, because you can only avoid high-tech MILFs for so long with your B. But yeah, if all goes according to plan, I will be back on Monday with Gal and Kiku and Rocky for more Borderlands. We'll be back next Wednesday with Kiku and Harold for more Silent Hill 3. And as for what we'll be doing on Friday, I don't know yet. I have no idea. But, we still have some spoopy time. Maybe it'll be a spoopy game. Something short, quick, easy, who knows. But I can tell you, it won't be this. Friends, bad form or not, I gotta tell you, I think I'm just gonna go rest on my laurels for the evening. I think we've all earned it. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. Have a lovely night, and I'll see you back next week. Bye.